पॉलिटी के लिए आप लक्ष्मीकांत फॉलो कर लो, ज्योग्राफी के लिए एनसीईआरटी है और हिस्ट्री के लिए भी एनसीईआरटी है। मुझे सीरियसली नहीं पता है एसएससी के बारे में, तो मैं बता देती आपको। सॉरी, मतलब मेरे को अगर थोड़ी सी भी आइडिया होती कि हाँ जीएस की ये बैच अच्छी है या फिर कुछ, तो मैं बता दी होती। कुछ भी मिसिंग ना हो। नहीं आइडिया कार्तिक। और रीजनिंग के लिए तो वो आर.एस. अग्रवाल की बुक आती है, मैं यूज़ करती हूँ लाइक सी सेट के लिए, तो वो अच्छी होती है। काफ़ी अच्छा। और रीजनिंग के लिए तो मैंने आपको बता दिया वो बुक। तो इंग्लिश के लिए ब्लैक बुक आते हैं शायद, मैंने सुना है, जैसे कि एसएससी के लिए, तो आप वो यूज़ कर सकते हो। और जीएस के लिए अगर मतलब मैं क्या करती हूँ, मैंने कभी एंशियंट हिस्ट्री वैसे उस तरह से पढ़ा नहीं है, तो जब मेरा प्री का एग्ज़ाम होता है तो मैं लूसेंट का एक बुक आता है, वो बुक को मैं कर लेती हूँ कि ताकि एक दो क्वेश्चन भी लग जाए तो काफ़ी है। तो आप लूसेंट का बुक देख सकते हो ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चंस के लिए, लाइक हिस्ट्री के लिए। और मेरे को बैच के बारे में कोई आइडिया नहीं है कि उनका बैच अच्छा होता है नहीं होता है। और यूट्यूब पे अगर आपको देखना है तो आप सर्च करके खुद देख लो। सॉरी, काफ़ी मुझे नहीं आइडिया इस चीज़ के बारे में। अच्छा, पता है क्या। और अगर आपको लाइक जीएस की शॉर्ट ट्रिक्स चाहिए तो एक चैनल है, रट्टा नहीं लगता, रट्टा लगाना भी नहीं है ना, समझ के पढ़ना है चीज़ों को। और ट्रिक्स का चाहिए हो, तो आप वो एक टॉपिक करो, उसके बाद फिर क्वेश्चंस लगाओ, उसके बाद फिर उस चीज़ को 10 दिन के बाद लगाओ तो बन जाएंगे। अपना कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर करो। और अगर कुछ चीज़ें याद नहीं होती है तो उसको ट्रिक से कर सकते हो, जैसे कि एक चैनल है शिक्षा दीक्षा है, वो चैनल मैम वहाँ पे अच्छा पढ़ाती है, आप वो देख सकते हो। एसएससी की एसएससी की वहाँ पे अच्छी वीडियोस रहती है ट्रिक्स की। अगर आपको ट्रिक नहीं याद हो रहा है तो शिक्षा दीक्षा चैनल का नाम है, आप वहाँ पे से देख सकते हो। क्या हुआ, काफ़ी बोलूँ? चलो मैं 5 मिनट्स आपको दे देती हूँ, आपको अगर डाउट है तो। अच्छा, प्रताप, मैं कार्तिक को ही बोल रही हूँ, वो बार बार पूछ रहे हैं ना, वो पूछ रही हैं बार बार कि उनको जीके जीएस के लिए उनको रट्टा नहीं लगता, तो गुड इवनिंग दिव्यांशु। ठीक है कार्तिक, आप देखना फिर। रीजनिंग तो आप कर लेना, उससे मैंने भी बताया आर.एस. शर्मा, आर.एस. अग्रवाल है शायद। क्या पढ़ रहे हो अभी आप? मैं अभी इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ रही हूँ। इकोनॉमिक्स में मैं अभी कैपिटल मार्केट पढ़ रही हूँ। घटना चक्र, हाँ घटना चक्र के भी क्वेश्चंस अच्छे होते हैं, सब्जेक्ट वाइज आते हैं, उसका बुक सब्जेक्ट वाइज बुक आता है। और अगर ट्रिक पर चाहिए हो तो मैंने चैनल का नाम बताया है, फिर से बता दे रही हूँ, शिक्षा दीक्षा नाम है, वहाँ पे ट्रिक्स अच्छे मिलते हैं, तो अगर आपको वहाँ का देखना है तो आप देख सकते हो, अगर आपको शॉर्ट में करना हो तो। ठीक है चलो, अब और कोई तो डाउट नहीं है ना? और मैं अपना पढ़ने जा रही हूँ। अब डाउट होगा तो फिर मैं 1 घंटा बाद क्लियर करूँगी, तो जो भी डाउट होगा तो आप पूछ के रखना, मैं 1 घंटा बाद बता दूँगी, ठीक है? क्या कार्तिक, मैं आपका देख लेती हूँ, आप कब तक पढ़ती हो? मैं मॉर्निंग 7 से रात तक 12 तक पढ़ती हूँ, तो मुझे अब ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कि अकेले पढ़ रही हूँ, बहुत अच्छी है, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, वेलकम। काफ़ी आप भी अच्छे हो, सब लोग अच्छे होते हैं। चलो ठीक है, अब मैं पढ़ने जा रही हूँ, और कोई भी डाउट हो तो मैं 1 घंटे बाद आपको क्लियर कर दूँगी, ठीक है? जॉब में किस चीज़ की जॉब करनी है आपको दिव्यांशु? मैं 1 घंटे बाद आपका डाउट सब क्लियर करूँगी, ठीक है? अब मैं पढ़ने जा रही हूँ, तो 1 घंटे बाद अब आपका क्लियर करूँगी, जो भी आपको डाउट्स हो। माँ, मम्मा, मेरा यहाँ पे पेन वाला बॉक्स था, हाँ, पेन वाला बॉक्स। itself was occupied. In the end, in 1803, Delhi itself was occupied. The great Mughal Empire, the envy of its contemporaries for almost 2 centuries, declined and disintegrated during the first half of the 18th century. During the first half of the 18th century, the Mughal emperors lost their powers. The Mughal emperors lost their power and glory, and their empire shrank to a few square miles around Delhi. In the end, in 1803, Delhi itself was occupied by the British army, and the proud Mughal emperor was reduced to the status of a mere pensioner. And the proud Mughal emperor, the great Mughal Empire, the envy of its contemporaries for almost 2 centuries, declined and disintegrated during the first half of the 18th century. The Mughal emperors lost their power and glory, and their empire shrank to 4 square miles around Delhi. In the end, in 1803, Delhi itself was occupied by the British army, and the proud Mughal emperor was reduced to the status of a mere pensioner of a foreign power. A study of the process a study of the process of decline of this great empire is most instructive. It reveals some of the defects and weakness of India's medieval social, economic and political structure, which were responsible for the eventual subjugation of the country by the English East India Company. The unity and stability of the empire had been shaken up during the long and strong reign of Aurangzeb, yet in spite of his many harmful policies, the Mughal administration was still quite efficient, and the Mughal army quite strong at the time of his death in 1707. Moreover, the Mughal dynasty still commanded respect in the country. On Aurangzeb's death, his 3 sons fought among themselves for the throne. The 65-year-old Bahadur Shah emerged victorious. He was learned, dignified and able. He followed a policy of compromise and conciliation, and there was evidence of the reversal of some of the narrow-minded policies and measures adopted by Aurangzeb. ठीक है, जो भी बहुत नीच स्तर पे पॉलिसीज़ और मेजर्स अडॉप्ट किया गया था औरंगज़ेब के ये से, तो उन सारे मतलब लगभग पॉलिसीज़ को रिवर्स किया गया बहादुर शाह के द्वारा. इस चीज़ का एविडेंस है. और वो पॉलिसी ऑफ कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ को फॉलो किए थे. He adopted a more tolerant towards the Hindus, chiefs and others. He replacing Jai Singh with his younger brother Jai Ambir and opposing Ajit Singh and Mulbar. They replacing Jai Singh with his younger brother Vijay Singh at Ambir and reinforcing him to significantly also made an attempt to garrison the this attempt was made with resistance. This may not recognize the fall of his actions very soon. And with the 2 states bill, the settlement was not magnanimous. Though their states were restored to the Rajas Jai Singh and Ajay Singh, their demand for high mansabs and the offices of Subedars of important provinces such as Malwa and Gujarat was not accepted. His policy towards the Maratha Sayyid chiefs was that of half-hearted conciliation. While he granted them the Sadeshmukhi of the Deccan, he failed to grant them the Chaut and to satisfy them fully. He also did not recognize Shahu as the rightful Maratha king. He thus let Tarabai and Shahu fight for supremacy over the Maratha kingdom. The result was that Shahu and Maratha Sardars remained dissatisfied, and the Deccan continued to be susceptible to disorder. There could be no restoration of peace and order so long as the Maratha Sardars fought one another as well as against the Mughal authority. Bahadur Shah tried to conciliate the rebellious Sikhs by making peace with Guru Gobind Singh and giving him a high Mansab rank. But then, after the death of the Guru, the Sikhs once again raised the banner of revolt in the Punjab. Under the leadership of Banda Bahadur, the emperor decided to take strong measures and himself led a campaign against the rebels, who soon controlled practically the entire territory between the Satluj and the Jamuna, reaching the close neighborhood of Delhi. Even though he succeeded in capturing Mughal fort by Guru in northeast of Bengal, capital of the Himalayas and other important Sikh strongholds. The Sikhs could not be crushed, and in 1712 they recovered the fort of Logar. 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 Nadir Shah considered Chakrasar the Himala chief to remain the for victory, and the Judge joined him in the campaign against Kankan Bahadur. There was further deterioration of relief administration in Nadir Shah's reign. The position of state finances worsened as a result of his reckless grants of charters and promotions. During his reign, the remnants of the royal treasury amounting in 1770 crore of rupees were exhausted. Nadir Shah is spoken towards a solution to the problems facing the empire. Resetting the empire, given time, he might have revived the imperial fortunes. Unfortunately, his death in 1712 plunged the empire once again into civil war. A new element entered Mughal politics in succeeding wars of succession. While previously the contest for power had been between royal princes and the nobles, had merely aided the establishment. Ambitious nobles became direct contenders for power and used princes as most pawns to capture the seats of authority. In the civil war following Bahadur Shah's death, one of his less able sons, Nadir Shah, won because he was supported by Zulfikar Khan, the most powerful noble of the time. Nadir Shah was a weak and degenerate prince who was wholly devoted to pleasure. He lacked good manners and dignity and decency. During his reign, the administration was virtually in the hands of the extremely capable and energetic Zulfikar Khan, who had become his vizier. Zulfikar Khan believed that it was necessary to establish friendly relations with the Rajput Rajas and the Maratha Sardars and to conciliate the Hindu chieftains in general in order to strengthen his own position at the court and to save the empire. Therefore, he rapidly reversed the policies of Aurangzeb. The hated jizya was abolished. Jai Singh of Amber was given the title of Mirza Raza Sawai and appointed governor of Malwa. Ajit Singh of Malwa was awarded the title of Maharaja and appointed governor of Gujarat. Zulfikar Khan confirmed the earlier private arrangement that his deputy in the Deccan, Daud Khan Panni, had concluded with the Maratha king Shahu in 1711. By this arrangement, the Maratha ruler was granted the job as the Deshmukhi of the Deccan on the condition that these collections would be made by Mughal officials and then handed over to the Maratha officials. Zulfikar Khan also consolidated Chirman Jat and Chitrashil Mandela only towards Banda and Sikhs, that he continued the old policy of suppression. Zulfikar Khan made an attempt to improve the finances of the empire by checking the reckless growth of Zagirs and offices. He also tried to compel the Mansabdars nobles to maintain their official quota of troops. An evil tendency encouraged by him was the desire of revenue farming instead of collecting land revenue at a fixed rate. As in the Toderman's land revenue settlement, the government began to contract with revenue farmers and middlemen. To pay the government a fixed amount of money while they were left free to collect whatever they could from the peasant. This led to increased oppression of the peasant. Many jealous nobles secretly worked against Zulfikar Khan. Worse still, the emperor did not give him his trust and cooperation in full measure. The emperor's ears were poisoned against Zulfikar Khan by unscrupulous favorites. He was told that his vizier was becoming too powerful and ambitious and might even overthrow the emperor himself. The cowardly emperor dared not dismiss the powerful vizier, but he began to intrigue against him secretly. Nothing could have been more destructive of healthy administration. Nadir Shah's inglorious reign came to an early end in January 1713, when he was defeated at Agra by Farrukhsiyar, his nephew. Farrukhsiyar owed his victory to the Sayyid brothers, Abdullah Khan and Hussain Ali Khan Baraha, who were therefore given the offices of Wazir and Mir Bakshi respectively. The two brothers soon acquired dominant control over the affairs of the state. Farrukhsiyar lacked the capacity to rule. He was cowardly, cruel, undependable and faithless. Moreover, he allowed himself to be influenced by worthless favorites and flatterers. favorites and flatterers. In spite of his weakness, Farrukhshah was not willing to give the Sayyid brothers a free hand but wanted to exercise personal authority. On the other hand, the Sayyid brothers were convinced. The Sayyid brothers were convinced that administration could be carried on properly, the decay of the empire checked, and their own position safeguarded only if they wielded real authority, and the emperor merely reigned without ruling. Thus, there ensued a prolonged struggle for power between Emperor Farrukhshah and his Wazir and Mir Bakshi. Year after year, the ungrateful emperor intrigued to overthrow the two brothers. Year after year, he failed. In the end, in 1719, the Sayyid brothers deposed and killed him. In his place, they raised to the throne in quick succession two young princes who died of consumption. The Sayyid brothers now made the 18-year-old Muhammad Shah the Emperor of India. The three successors of Farrukhshah were more puppets in the hands of the Sayyids. Even their personal liberty to meet people and to move around was restricted. Thus, from 1730 to 1970, they worked on the Sayyid and the state. The Sayyid brothers adopted the policy of religious tolerance. They believed that India could be ruled harmoniously only by associating Hindu chiefs and nobles with the Muslim nobles in governing the country. Again, they sought to conciliate and use the Rajputs, the Marathas, and the Jats in their struggle against Farrukhshah and the rival nobles. They abolished the jizya immediately after Farrukhshah's accession to the throne. Similarly, the pilgrim tax was abolished from a number of places. They won over their side Ajit Singh of Marwar, Jai Singh of Amber, and many other Rajput princes, and by giving them high positions of influence in the administration. They made an alliance with the Churaman, the Jat chieftains. In the later years of their administration, they reached an agreement with King Shahu by granting him the Swarajya of Shivaji and the right to collect the Chauth and Sardesh Mukhi of the 6 provinces of the Deccan. In return, Shahu agreed to support them in Deccan with 15,000 mounted soldiers. The Sayyid brothers made a vigorous effort to contain rebellions. And to save the empire from administrative disintegration. They failed in these tasks mainly because they were faced with constant political rivalry, quarrels, and conspiracies at the court. This continued friction in the ruling circles disorganized and even paralyzed administration at all levels. Lawlessness and disorder spread everywhere. Happy Raksha Bandhan to you, Dev, too. Thanks for your motivation. The Sayyid brothers made a vigorous effort to contain rebellions and to save the empire from administrative disintegration. They failed in these tasks mainly because they were faced with constant political rivalry, quarrels, and conspiracies at the court. This continued friction in the ruling circles disorganized and even paralyzed administration at all levels. Lawlessness and disorder spread everywhere. The financial position of the state deteriorated rapidly as zamindars and rebellious elements refused to pay land revenue. Officials misappropriated state revenues and central income declined because of the spread of revenue farming. As a result, the salaries of the officials and soldiers could not be paid regularly. And the soldiers became indisciplined and even mutinous. Even though the Sayyid brothers had tried hard to conciliate and befriend all sections of the nobility, a powerful group of nobles headed by Nizam ul Mulk and his father's cousin Muhammad Amin Khan began to conspire against them. These nobles were jealous of the growing power of the two brothers. The deposition and murder of Farrukhshah frightened many of them. If the emperor could be killed, God save, who was therefore mere nobles. Moreover, the murder of the emperor created a wave of public revolution against the two brothers. They were looked upon as traitors. Even though the Sayyid brothers had tried, even though even though the Sayyid brothers had tried hard, even though the Sayyid brothers had tried hard to conciliate and befriend all sections of the nobility, a powerful group of nobles headed by Nizam ul Mulk and his father's cousin Muhammad Amin Khan began to conspire against them. These nobles were jealous of the growing power of the two brothers. The deposition and mother of Farrukhshir frightened many of them. If the emperor could be killed, what safety was there for mere nobles? Moreover, the murder of the emperor created a wave of public revulsion against the two brothers. They were looked down. They were looked down upon as traitors, persons who had been true to their salt, namak haram. The Sayyid brothers made a vigorous effort to contain rebellions and to save the empire from administrative disintegration. They failed in these tasks mainly because they failed in these tasks and disorder spread everywhere. The final of the state deteriorated rapidly as zamindars and rebellious elements refused to pay land revenue. Officials misappropriated state revenues and central income declined because of the spread of revenue farming. As a result, the salaries of the officials and soldiers could not be paid regularly, and the soldiers became indisciplined and even mutinous. Even though the Sayyid brothers had tried hard to conciliate and befriend all sections, even though the Sayyid brothers had tried hard to conciliate and befriend all sections of the nobility, a powerful group of nobles headed by Nizam ul Mulk and his father's cousin Muhammad Amin Khan began to conspire against them. These nobles were jealous of the growing power of the two brothers. The deposition and murder of Farrukhshir frightened many of them. If the emperor could be killed, what safety was there for mere nobles? The Sayyid brothers made a vigorous effort to contain rebellions and to save the empire from administrative disintegration. They failed in these tasks mainly because they were faced with constant political rivalry, quarrels and conspiracies at the court. This continued friction in the ruling circles disorganized and even paralyzed administration at all levels. Lawlessness and disorder spread everywhere. The financial positions of the state deteriorated. Rapidly as zamindars and various elements refused to pay land revenue. Even though the Sayyid had tried hard to conciliate and befriend all sections of the nobility, a powerful group of nobles headed by Nizam ul Mulk and his father's cousin Muhammad Amin Khan began to conspire against them. These nobles were jealous of the growing power of the two brothers. The deposition and murder of Farrukhshir frightened many of them. If the emperor would be killed, what safety was there for the mere nobles? Moreover, the murder of the emperor created a wave of public revulsion against the two brothers. They were looked down as traitors, people who had not been true to their salt, namak haram. Many of the nobles of Aurangzeb's reign also disliked the Sayyid alliance with the Rajput and the Maratha chiefs and their liberal policy towards the Hindus. These nobles declared that the Sayyids were following anti-Mughal and anti-Islamic policies. They tried to rouse the fanatical sections of the Muslim nobility against the Sayyid brothers. The anti-Sayyid nobles were supported by Emperor Nadir Shah, who wanted to free himself from the control of the two brothers. In 1720, they succeeded in treacherously assassinating Hussain Ali Khan, the younger of the two brothers. Abdullah Khan tried to fight back but were defeated near Agra. Abdullah Khan tried to fight back but was defeated near Agra. Thus ended the domination of the Mughal Empire by the Sayyid brothers, known in Indian history as kingmakers. Muhammad Shah's long reign of nearly 30 years, 1719 to 48, was the last chance of saving the empire. There was no quick changes of imperial authority as in the period 1707 to 1720. When his reign began, Mughal prestige among the people was still an important political factor. The Mughal army and particularly the Mughal artillery was still a force to reckon with. Administration in northern India had deteriorated but had not broken down yet. The Maratha Sardars were still confined to the south while the Rajput Rajas continued to be loyal to the Mughal dynasty. A strong and far-sighted ruler supported by a nobility conscious of its peril might still have saved the situation. But Muhammad Shah was not the man of the moment. He was weak-minded. He was weak-minded. He was weak-minded and frivolous and overly fond of a life of ease and luxury. He neglected the affairs of state. Instead of giving full support to able wazirs such as Nizam-ul-Mulk, he fell under the evil influence of corrupt and worthless plotters, flatterers, and intrigued against his own ministers. He even shared in the bribes taken by his favorite courtiers. Disgusted with the fickle-mindedness and suspicious nature of the emperor and the constant quarrels at the court, Nizam-ul-Mulk, the most powerful noble of the time, decided to follow his own ambition. Disgusted with the fickle-mindedness and suspicious nature of the emperor and the constant quarrels at the court, Nizam-ul-Mulk, the most powerful noble of the time, decided to follow his own ambition. He had become the wazir in 1722 and made a vigorous attempt to reform the administration. He now decided to leave the emperor and his empire to their fate and to strike out on his own. He relinquished his office in October 1724 and marched south to found the state of Hyderabad in the Deccan. His departure was symbolic of the flight of loyalty and virtue from the empire. The physical breakup of the Mughal Empire had begun. The other powerful and ambitious nobles now began to utilize their energies to carve out semi-independent states. Hereditary Nawabs owing nominal allegiance to the emperor at Delhi rose in many parts of the country. For example, in Bengal, Hyderabad, Awadh, and the Punjab, everywhere petty zamindars, Rajas and Nawabs raised the banner of rebellion and independence. The Maratha Sardars began their northern expansion. The Maratha Sardars began their northern expansion and overran Malwa, Gujarat, and Bundelkhand. Then, in 1738 to 1739, Nadir Shah descended upon the plains of northern India and the empire lay prostrate. Nadir Shah had risen from the shepherd boy to Shah King by saving Persia from sheer decline and disintegration. In the beginning of the 18th century, Persia, hitherto a powerful and a far-flung empire, was under the weak rule of the declining Safavi dynasty. It was threatened by internal rebellions. And foreign attacks. In the east, the Abdali tribesmen revolted and occupied Herat, and the Ghalzai tribesmen detached the province of Kandahar. Similar revolts occurred in the north and west. Nadir Shah had risen from shepherd boy to Shah King. By saving Persia from sheer decline and descent, in the beginning of the 18th century, Persia, a powerful and far-flung empire, was under the weak rule and the declining Safavi dynasty. It was threatened by internal rebellions and foreign attacks. In the east, the Abdali tribesmen revolted and occupied Herat, and the Ghalzai tribesmen detached the province of the Kandahar. The province of Kandahar. Similar revolts occurred in the north and west. In Shivran, religious persecutions of the Sunnis by fanatical Shias led to rebellion. Here, Sunni mullahs were put to death, mosques were profaned and turned into stables, and religious works were destroyed. In 1721, the Ghalzai chief of Kandahar, Mahmud, invaded Persia and occupied and occupied Isfahan, the capital. Russia under Peter the Great was determined to push southward. Peter began his invasion of Persia in July 1722 and soon forced Persia to sign away several of her provinces on the Caspian Sea, including the town of Baku. Turkey, deprived of most of her European possessions, also hoped to make good the loss at Persia's cost. In the spring of 1723, Turkey declared war on Persia and rapidly pushed through Georgia and then penetrated south. In June 1724, Russia and Turkey signed a treaty dividing all northern and most of western Persia between them. At this stage, in 1726, Nadir emerged as a major supporter of the Hamas and the most brilliant commander. In 1729, he won back Herat after defeating the Afghanis and expelled the Ghilzais from Isfahan and central and southern Persia. After long and bitter warfare, he compelled Turkey to give back all conquered territory. In 1735, he signed a treaty with Russia, receiving back all seized territory. The following year, he deposed the last of the Safavi rulers and made himself the Shah. In the following years, he reconquered. In the following year, he reconquered the province of Kandahar. Nadir Shah was attracted to India by fabulous wealth. Nadir Shah was attracted to India by fabulous wealth, for which it was always famous. Nadir Shah was attracted to India. Nadir Shah was attracted to India by the fabulous wealth, for which it was always famous. Continual campaigns had made Persia virtually bankrupt. Money was needed desperately to maintain his mercenary army. Spoils from India could be a solution. At the same time, the visible weakness of the Mughal Empire made such spoliation possible. He entered Indian territory towards the end of 1738 without meeting any opposition. For years, the defences of the northwest frontier had been neglected. For years, the danger was not fully recognized till the enemy had occupied Lahore. Hurried preparations were then made for the defense of Delhi, but the faction-ridden nobles refused to unite even in sight of the enemy. They could not agree on a plan for defense or on the commander of the defending forces. Disunity, poor leadership, mutual jealousies, and they could not agree on a plan for defense or on the commander of the defending forces. Disunity, poor leadership, mutual jealousies, and distrust could lead only to defeat. The two armies met at Karnal on 13 February 1739, and the invader inflicted a crushing defeat on the Mughal army. Emperor Muhammad Shah was taken prisoner and Nadir Shah marched on to Delhi. A terrible massacre of the citizens of the imperial capital was ordered by Nadir Shah as a reprisal against the killing of some of his soldiers. As the reprisal against the killing of some of his soldiers, the greedy invader took possession of the royal treasury and other royal property, levied tribute on the leading nobles, and plundered the rich of Delhi. His total plunder has been estimated at 70 crores of rupees. This enabled him to exempt his own kingdom from taxation for 3 years. He also carried away the famous Kohinoor diamond and the jewel-studded peacock throne of Shah Jahan. He compelled Muhammad Shah to cede to him all the provinces of the empire west of the river Indus. Nadir Shah's invasion inflicted immense damage on the Mughal Empire. It caused an tested and exposed the hidden weakness of the empire and the Maratha Sardars and the foreign trading companies. The central administration was paralyzed temporarily. The invasion ruined imperial finances and adversely affected the economic life of the country. The impoverished nobles began to rack rent and oppress the peasantry even more in an effort to recover their lost fortunes. They also fought one another over rich jagirs. They also fought one another over rich jagirs and high offices more desperately than ever. The loss of Kabul and the areas to the west of the Indus once again opened the empire to the threat of invasions from the northwest. A vital line of defense had disappeared. It is surprising indeed. It is surprising indeed that the empire. It is surprising indeed that the empire seemed to revive some of its strength. It is surprising indeed that the empire seemed to revive some of its strength after Nadir Shah's departure. After Nadir Shah's departure, even though the area under its effective control shrank rapidly, even though the area under its effective control shrank rapidly, but the revival was deceptive and superficial. After Muhammad Shah's death in 1748, bitter struggles and even civil war broke out among unscrupulous and power-hungry nobles. Furthermore, as a result of the weakening of the weakening of the northwestern defences, the empire was devastated by the repeated invasions of Ahmad Shah Abdali. Furthermore, as the result of the weakening of northwestern defences, the empire was devastated by the repeated invasions of Ahmad Shah Abdali, one of the Nadir Shah's ablest generals, who had succeeded in establishing his authority over Afghan after his master's death. Abdali repeatedly invaded and plundered northern India, right down to Delhi and Mathura between 1748 and 1767. In 1761, he defeated the Marathas. In 1761, he defeated the Marathas in the Third Battle of Panipat and thus dealt a big blow to their ambition of controlling the Mughal emperor and thereby dominating the country. He did not, however, found a new Afghan kingdom in India. He and his successors could not even retain the Punjab, which they soon lost to the Sikh chiefs. As a result of the invasions of Nadir Shah and Abdali and the societal internal feuds of the Mughal nobility, the Mughal Empire had by 1761 ceased to exist in practice as an all-India empire. It remained merely as the kingdom of Delhi. Delhi itself was a scene of daily riot and fear. The descendants of the Grand Mughals no longer participated actively in the struggle for the empire of India. Rather, the various contenders for power found it politically useful to hide behind their neck. This gave the Mughal dynasty a long lease of life on the nominal throne of Delhi. Shah Alam II, who ascended the throne in 1759, spent the initial years as an emperor wandering from place to place far away from his capital, for he lived in the mortal fear of his own Mazar. He was a man of some ability and ample courage, but the emperor was by now beyond redemption. In 1764, he joined Mir Qasim of Bengal and Shuja ud Dawla of Awadh in declaring war upon the English East India Company. Defeated by the British at the Battle of Buxar, he lived for several years at Allahabad as a pensioner of the East India Company. He left the British shelter in 1772 and returned to Delhi under the protective arm of the Marathas. The British occupied Delhi in 1803 and from that year until 1857, when the Mughal dynasty was finally extinguished, the Mughal emperors merely served as a political friend for the English. In fact, the continuation of the Mughal monarchy after 1759, when it had ceased to be a military power, is due to the powerful hold that the Mughal dynasty had on the minds of the people of India as a symbol of the political unity of the country. Causes of the decline of the Mughal empire: when a mighty empire like that of great Mughals decays and falls, it is because many factors and forces have been at work. The Causes of the decline of the Mughal Empire first, it is because many factors and forces have been at work. The beginnings of the decline of the Mughal Empire are to be traced to the stronghold of Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb inherited a large empire, yet he adopted a policy of extending it further to the furthest geographical limits in the south at great expense in men and materials. In reality, the existing needs of communication and the economic and political structure of the country made it difficult to establish a stable, centralized administration over all parts of the country. Thus, Aurangzeb's objective of unifying the entire country under one central political authority was, though justifiable in theory, not easy in practice. One of the basic failures of Aurangzeb lay in the realm of statesmanship. He was not willing to accept to the full the Maratha demand for regional autonomy, failing to grasp the fact that Shivaji and other Maratha Sardars represented forces which could not be easily crushed. Our place in similar circumstances had made an alliance with the Rajput princes and chiefs. Aurangzeb too would have been well advised to win over the Maratha Sardars. Instead, he chose to suppress them. His futile but arduous campaign against the Marathas extended over many years. It drained the resources of his empire and ruined the trade industry of the Deccan. His absence from the north for over 25 years and his failure to subdue the Marathas led to deterioration in administration. This undermined the prestige of the empire and its army, led to the neglect of vital northwest frontier, and encouraged provincial and local officials to defy central authority and to dream of independence. Later in the 18th century, Maratha expansion in the north weakened central authority still further. Aurangzeb's conflict with some of the Rajput states also had serious consequences. Alliance with the Rajput Rajas with the consequent military support was one of the main pillars of Mughal strength in the past. Aurangzeb himself had in the beginning adhered to the Rajput alliance by raising Jaswant Singh of Marwar and Jai Singh of Amber to the highest of ranks, but his short-sighted attempt later to reduce the strength of the Rajput Rajas to re-extend imperial sway over to their lands led to the withdrawal of their loyalty from the Mughal throne. Wars with the Rajput Rajas further weakened the empire and encouraged separation. The strength of Aurangzeb's administration was challenged at its very nerve center around Delhi by the Satnami, Jat and Sikh uprising. Even though the number of people involved in these uprisings was not large, they were significant because they were popular in character. Peasants formed their backbone. All of them were to be a considerable extent to the result of oppression of the Mughal revenue officials through the peasantry. They showed that the peasantry was deeply dissatisfied with feudal oppression by zamindars, nobles and the state. Aurangzeb's rebellious orthodoxy and his policy towards the Hindu rulers seriously damaged the stability of the Mughal Empire. The Mughal state in the days of Akbar, Jahangir and Shah Jahan was basically a secular state. Its stability was essentially founded on the policy of non-interference with the religious beliefs and customs of the people, fostering of friendly relations between Hindus and Muslims, opening the doors of the highest offices of the state to nobles and chiefs belonging to different regions and professing different religions. The Mughal alliance with the Rajput Rajas was a visible manifestation of this policy. Aurangzeb made an attempt to reverse this policy by imposing the jizya, destroying several Hindu temples in the north and placing certain restrictions on the Hindus. In this way, he tended to alienate the Hindus, split Mughal society, and in particular widen the gulf between the Hindu and the Muslim upper classes. But the role played by Aurangzeb's religious policy in causing the decay of Mughal power should not be overstressed. The policy was followed only in the latter part of his reign. It was speedily abandoned by his successors. As we have seen earlier, the jizya was abolished within a few years of Aurangzeb's death. Amicable relations with the Rajput and other Hindu nobles and chiefs were soon restored, and some of them, such as Ajit Singh Rathod and Sayyid were rose to high offices under the later nobles. Relations with the King Shah and the Maratha Sardars were also developed along political rather than religious lines. It should also be kept in mind that the Rajput, Jat, Maratha and Sikh chieftains did not behave as champions of the Hindus. Power and plunder were more important considerations to them than religious solidarity. They were often as ruthless in fighting and looting the Hindus. They were They were often as ruthless in fighting and looting the Hindus as the Muslims were. In fact, neither of the Hindus nor the Muslims formed a homogeneous community at that time. The upper classes of both religious groups formed the ruling class, while the peasants and artisans, Hindu or Muslims, formed the underprivileged majority of society. Sometimes the Hindu and Muslim nobles and chiefs used religion as a weapon of propaganda to achieve their political aims, but even more often they formed mutual alliances against fellow co-religionists for gaining power, territory, or money. Moreover, both the Hindus and Muslims, nobles, zamindars, and chiefs ruthlessly oppressed and exploited the common people, irrespective of their religion. The Hindu peasantry of Maharashtra or Rajputana paid as high an amount in land revenue as the Hindu or Muslim peasantry in Agra or Bengal or Awadh. Moreover, cordial cultural and social relations prevailed between the Hindu and Muslim upper classes of India. If Aurangzeb left the empire with many problems unsolved, the situation was further worsened by the ruinous wars of succession which followed his death. In the absence of any fixed rule of succession, the Mughal dynasty was always plagued after the death of a king by a civil war between the princes. These wars of succession became extremely fierce and destructive during the 18th century. They resulted in great loss of life and property. Thousands of trained soldiers and hundreds of capable military commanders and efficient and tried officials were killed. Moreover, these civil wars losing the administrative fabric of the empire. The nobility, the backbone of the empire, was transformed into warring factions. Many of the local chiefs and officials utilized the conditions of uncertainty and political chaos at the center to consolidate their own position, to acquire greater autonomy, and to make their official offices hereditary. The weakness of the was not his personality. क्या करना है दिव्या इसको? दिव्या क्या है ये? आपने कुछ लिखा नहीं, 66% नाइन। ये क्या है दिव्या? ये क्या भेजा है दिव्या आपने? अभी ट्राइंग टू सेंड समथिंग, वेट करना है आपको। कोई डाउट है आपका तो पूछ सकते हो। आई थिंक दिव्या आपको डाउट नहीं, आपने ऐसे ही भेजा है। चलो कोई नहीं। Apart from the personalities of the great nobles, the strength of the Mughal apart from the personalities of the great nobles, the strength of the Mughal Empire lay in the organization and character of its nobility. Apart from the personalities of the great nobles, the strength of the Mughal Empire lay in the organization and character of its nobility. The weakness of the king could have been successfully overcome and covered up by an alert, efficient, and loyal nobility, but the character of the nobility had also deteriorated. Many nobles lived extravagantly and beyond their means. Many of them became ease-living and fond of excessive luxury. Even when they went out to fight, they surrounded themselves with comforts and frequently took their families with them. They were often poorly educated. Many of them even neglected the art of fighting. Earlier, many able persons from the lower classes had been able to rise to the ranks of nobility, thus infusing fresh blood into it. Apart from the personalities of the great nobles, the strength of the Mughal Empire lay in the organization and character of its nobility. The weakness of the king could have been successfully overcome and covered up by an alert, efficient, and loyal nobility, but the character of the nobility had also deteriorated. Many nobles lived extravagantly and beyond their means. Many nobles lived extravagantly and beyond their means. Many of them became ease-living and fond of excessive luxury. Even when they went out to fight, they surrounded themselves with comforts and frequently took their families. We are not even declaring the average ability of the nobles and the moral decay or their moral decay. Apart from the personalities of the great nobles, the strength of the Mughal Empire lay in the organization and character of its nobility. The weakness of the king could have been successfully overcome and covered up by an alert, efficient, and loyal nobility. Apart from the personalities of the great nobles, the strength of the Mughal Empire lay in the organization and character of its nobility. The weakness of the king could have been successfully overcome and covered up by an alert, efficient, and loyal nobility, but the character of the nobility had also deteriorated. Many nobles lived extravagantly and beyond their means. Many of them became ease-living and fond of excessive luxury. Even when they went out to fight, they surrounded themselves with comforts and frequently took their families with them. They were often poorly educated. Many of them even neglected the art of fighting. Earlier, many able persons from the lower classes had been able to rise to the ranks of nobility, thus infusing fresh blood into it. Later, the existing families of the nobles began to monopolize all offices, barring the way to fresh entrants. Many of them even neglected the art of fighting. Earlier, many of the persons from the lower classes had been able to rise to the ranks of nobility, thus infusing fresh blood into it. Later, the existing families of the nobles began to monopolize all offices. Later, the existing families of nobles began to monopolize all offices, barring the way to fresh entrants. Not all the nobles, however, had become weak and inefficient. A large number of energetic and able officials, and brave and but most of them did not benefit the empire because they used their talents to promote their own interests and to fight each other rather than serve the state and society. Contrary to popular belief, the major weakness of the Mughal nobility during the 18th century lay not in the decline in the average ability of the nobles of their moral decay, but in their selfishness and lack of devotion to the state, and this in turn gave birth to corruption in administration and mutual bickering. In order to increase their power, prestige, and income, the nobles formed population and agriculture and impoverishment of the peasant discontent increased and came to the surface. There are some instances of peasants leaving the land to avoid paying taxes. S4S, hello Yash. म्यूट था यश, मैंने अनम्यूट कर दिया। सही हाल है यश। S4S, हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे यश। अभी नहीं हुआ है, 12 बजे। बिजी होगा, ऐसे बिजी है। कुछ नहीं, आप सो जाओ। An important social political cause of the Mughal Empire was absence of the spirit of political nationalism among the people. This was because India at that time lacked the elements which constitute a modern nation. The people of India did not feel that they were all Indians, nor were they conscious of oneness or of having common interests. Even the elements of social unity had existed in the country for centuries and existed. This was because India at that time lacked the elements which constitute a modern nation. The people of India did not feel that they were all Indians, nor were they conscious of oneness or of having common interests, even though elements of cultural unity had existed in the country for centuries. The peasants' nobility was confined to their village and caste. Moreover, they took little interest in the politics of the empire, nor did they identify its interests with their own. They realized that they had little stake in it, and that even in its defense from external aggression was not their concern. The Zamindars tended to rebel against any central authority which showed signs of weakness. They were opposed to a strong centralized state that curbed their power and autonomy. The nobles had been already imbued with an exalted notion of loyalty to the dynasty, but this was mainly based on the high offices and privileges to obtain in return. With the decline of the dynasty, the nobles placed their self-interest and ambition above loyalty to the state and attacked the very unity of the empire by creating decline of the dynasty and the mission. This was so weakened that it did not want to put the ambitions of chiefs and nobles who defend the empire from foreign. Administration was neglected and law and order broke down in many parts of the country, including some parts of India. If the nobles had been earlier imbued with an exalted notion of loyalty to the dynasty, but this was mainly based on the high offices and privileges they obtained in return. With the decline of the dynasty, the nobles placed their self-interest and ambition above loyalty to the state and attacked the very unity of the empire by carving out autonomous municipalities. Even those who rebelled against the empire, for example, the Marathas, the Jats and the Rajputs, the Mughal Empire might have continued. The Mughal Empire might have continued to exist for a long time, even if its administration and economic power had not broken down, mostly as a result of the factors discussed above. There was rapid decline in the administrative efficiency of the empire during the 18th century. Administration was neglected, and law and order broke down in many parts of the country. And law and order broke down in many parts of the country, and Ghori Zinadar really required central authority. Even the royal camp and Mughal armies on the march were often plundered by hostile elements. Corruption and bribery, indiscipline and inefficiency, disobedience and disloyalty prevailed on a large scale among officials at all levels. The central government was often on the verge of bankruptcy. The old accumulated wealth was exhausted while the existing sources of income were narrow. हूँ यार उस साइड को। migration is not only a process of social, cultural, and economic changes, but also an effective indirect measure of the changing fertility and mortality behavior. The increase in migration is a good socio-economic and demographic indicator. It brings with it human potential in socio-economic and intellectual terms, and thus it becomes a normalizing process, establishing its linkages with the broader process of urbanization and industrialization, which in turn promote migration. Since migration is an important process, it must be planned to accelerate systematically according to a well-defined migration policy and planning. A well-defined policy on migration must address several questions about how migration should be planned and regulated. What should the objectives of migration and development strategies be to influence the volume and directions of migration? Directions of migration. In the background of the chapter on migration, in this section we focus further on the policies on the internal migration. The policy measures in migration are both direct and indirect, but they are largely indirect, which tend to be more effective than the direct measures. The migration is another important demographic process. The migration is fertility, mortality, and health. In the background of the general migration of the section, we focus further on the policies on the internal migration. The policy measures on migration are both direct and indirect, but they are largely indirect, which tend to be more effective than the direct measures. The migration is another important demographic process. The fertility, mortality, and migration are very closely interlinked processes. As discussed earlier, the faster process of migration accelerates faster socio-cultural and economic changes which affect the fertility and mortality behavior of the people. It is due to this that the migrants, particularly the long-term rural to urban migrants, have more awareness of the advantages of small family size and have better health-seeking behavior to reduce mortality as compared with those who continue to stay back in rural areas. Thus, migration is not only a process of socio-cultural and economic changes, but also an effective indirect measure of the changing fertility and mortality behavior. The increase in migration is a good social, economic, and demographic indicator. It brings with it human potential in social, economic, and intellectual terms, and thus it becomes a normalizing process, establishing its linkages with the broader processes of urbanization and industrialization, which in turn promote migration. Since migration is an important process, it must be planned to accelerate systematically according to a well-defined migration policy and planning. A well-defined policy on migration has to address itself to the questions about how migration has to a well-defined policy on migration has to address itself to the questions about how migration should be planned and regulated. What should the objectives of migration and development strategies be to influence the volume and the directions of migration? How to accelerate and distribute the migrants in response to the problems of space and density? How to release the pressure and overcrowding? Of population in urban areas? How to promote an orderly flow of migration, dissuade rural to urban migration, and adjust rural and urban configurations? How to attract right type of migrants, determine the direction of migration, and its possible effects on the patterns of urban and industrial growth. How and where the industry should be located and public opportunities should be distributed to attract the migration and its orderly flow of in and out migration. How to plan the growth of cities, concentration of urban decentralization, and the development of low density alternative nodes and suburbs. What should be the policies of resettlement, rehabilitation, and the environmental and slum cleanup programs for the migrant population, and how to launch such programs? There are some of the questions that a well-defined migration policy must take into account, whether it adopts direct or indirect or a combination of the two measures to influence the process of migration. The migration policy. There are some of the questions that a well-defined migration policy must take into account, whether it adopts direct or indirect or a combination of the two measures to influence the process of migration. The migration policy may be independent of the policies of urbanization, industrialization, and the overall development, but it may also be in coordination with them because migration, urbanization, industrialization, and the overall development are interlinked processes, forming a vicious cycle of reinforcement. The volume, the flow, and the directions of migration are very much indirectly affected by the policy. किस एग्ज़ाम की तैयारी कर रहे हो आप, उस पर भी डिपेंड करता है। अगर आप कैट की कर रहे हो तो उसके लिए आप क्वांटिटेटिव एप्टीट्यूड की आती है कैट की, वो कर सकते हो। सी सैट का करना है तो उसके लिए अलग होता है। आप किस एग्ज़ाम की तैयारी कर रहे हो उस हिसाब से होता है। Directions of migration are very much indirectly affected by the patterns of urban and industrial growth. In fact, those patterns attract, encourage, discourage, and regulate the migratory flows, which in turn affect those patterns. There are also direct measures to control migration, such as the administrative and legislative measures. The Royal Commission on the Disturbances of Industrial Population is another example of the direct measure of the town and country planning and for the redistribution of industrial population in Britain. Similarly, the French regional plans recommended direct measures to limit the growth of cities and redistribute industries to ease the urban pressure. Today, every developed and developing country of the world is much concerned about the high growth rate of the urban population because of heavy migration to metropolitan cities. They have policies relevant to their own conditions to deal with the problem of spatial distribution of population. Their policies have generally taken the form of developmental strategies to influence the volume and the direction of migration. In India, the concentration of migrants in class 1 cities and its adverse impact have constrained the government to take necessary policy decisions to divert the flow of the migration, rehabilitate and resettle the migrants to reduce urban pressure. Although there is no definite migration policy in India like other countries, the selective nature of migration and unprecedented overcrowding of large cities, loop-sided urban growth, directionless migration, lack of right type of migration, and the phenomenal growth of slums and illegal colonies has drawn the attention of Indian government to have a definite policy on migration and settlement to systematically regulate them and safeguard the country for the adverse consequences. India is largely an agrarian society. India's rural population was 74.3% in 1991, which declined to 72.3% in 2001. The urban population was only 25.7% in 1991, which increased to 27.7%. The long-term rural to urban migration being selective and poor. The long-term rural to urban migration being selective and poor in quality of migrants has created tremendous pressure on urban resources and urban sustainability in India. In such a situation, the migration policy must address itself to the questions of how to restrict migration redistribute migrants, and organize return migration through direct legislative measures and indirect developmental measures of rural development and the establishment of new industrial sites, new towns, and suburbs at appropriate places. In India, the urban population is only 27.7%, and the interstate total long distance rural to urban migration was about 32.5% in 1991, but most of such migrants have moved to class 1 cities because of available job opportunities and better living conditions. In India, the is only 27.7%. CHSL के लिए आपको RSL अगरवाल कर सकते हो, अच्छी बुक है। मुझे वैसे SSC के बारे में आइडिया है नहीं। Evolving the fundamental directions of migration are very much in India, the urban population is only 27.7%. The India urban population is only 27.7%, and the interstate total long distance rural. अच्छा, देखो इन्हें पता ही है, शायद आप उनसे बात कर लो। मैं SSC के बारे में ज़्यादा जानती नहीं हूँ। In India, the urban population is only 27.7%, and the interstate long distance rural to urban migration was about 32.5% in 1991. But most of such migrants have moved to class 1 cities because of available job opportunities and better living conditions. As a result, such cities have grown much faster. Their population increased from 64.9% in 1991 to 68.7% in 2001, while the growth rate of other type of cities has in fact declined. The unprecedented and unsystematic overcrowding of class 1 cities with poor quality of migrants has created urban imbalance, environmental problems, urban unsustainability, and the growth of slums, where more than 30% of the migrant population resides. In response to the loop-sided urban growth of class 1 cities and its adverse consequences, a well-defined population policy on migration must address itself with the interrelated process of migration, urbanization, industrialization, and the overall development, including integrated rural development. In India, the urban population is only 27.7%, and the interstate total long distance rural to urban migration was about 32.5% in 1991. But most of such migrants have moved to class 1 cities because of available job opportunities and better living conditions. As a result, such cities have grown much faster. Their population increased from 64.9% in 1991 to 68.7% in 2001, while the growth rate of other type of cities has in fact declined. The unprecedented and unsystematic overcrowding of class 1 cities with poor quality of migrants has created urban imbalance, environmental problems, urban unsustainability, and the growth of slums. In India, the urban population is 7.7%, and the interstate long distance rural to urban migration is more 32.5%. Now, most of such migrants are moved to class 1 cities because of available 8.7% in 2001, while the growth rate of the health of cities has in fact declined. The unprecedented and consistently overcrowding of classroom cities with productivity of migrants has created urban imbalance, environmental problems, urban unsustainability, and the growth of slums where more than 50% of the migrant population resides. In response to the road-sided urban growth of classroom cities and its adverse consequences, a well-defined population policy on migration was previously set to the interrelated process of migration, urbanization, industrialization, and the overall development, including integrated rural development. The programs of rural development in India might indirectly restrict urban-bound migration. The programs of rural development in India might indirectly restrict urban-bound migration and ease urban congestion. The improvement in rural conditions of living, eradication of rural poverty, more work and job opportunities in rural and small neighboring towns are important to lessen the flow of rural out migration. In the chapter on Nayata's final interstate route to urban male migration has taken place, mainly because of economic reasons, lack of employment and business opportunities in rural areas. If the migration policy aims at providing such opportunities to the rural workforce in the rural area itself, the problem of overcrowding of urban areas would certainly be eased and the pace of urban growth will be reduced. The traditional factors in India serve this purpose by holding the process of migration and making the rural population less mobile. Development policies may also take into account the question of how to develop less fertile and less densely populated rural areas, particularly those areas which have adequate potential and natural resources to be utilized for the development of business, industrial, horticultural and agricultural resources to divert may also be taken into account the question of how to develop less fertile developmental policies may also take into account the question of how to develop less fertile and less densely populated rural areas, particularly those areas which have adequate potential and natural resources to be utilized for the development of business, industrial, horticultural and agricultural resources to divert the migratory flow and resettle the rural population in such sparsely populated but potential rural areas. In many countries, the land settlement projects aim at the resettlement of the rural population in such rural areas. The resettlement migration policies have reduced the urban pressure because they provided outlets to the rural people to move to such places within rural areas to resettle there. Such policies of Russia, Indonesia, Philippines and Sri Lanka are examples of countries that have provided an alternative to migration to cities. The policies of development of virgin lands in Russia, the transmigration policy of Indonesia, the policy of subsided migration of Philippines and the resettlement Mughal project of Sri Lanka. The programs of rural development in India might indirectly restrict urban-bound migration and ease urban congestion. The improvement in rural conditions of living, eradication of rural poverty, more work and job opportunities in rural and small neighboring towns are important to lessen the flow of rural out migration. In the chapter on migration, it has been discussed that around 48% interstate rural to urban male migration has taken place, mainly because of economic reasons, lack of employment and business opportunities in rural areas. If the migration policy aims at providing such opportunities to the rural workforce in the rural area itself, to rural areas. In many countries, the land settlement projects aim at the resettlement of the rural population in such rural areas. The resettlement migration policies have reduced the urban pressure because they provided outlets to the rural people to move to such places within rural areas to resettle there. Such policies of Russia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Sri Lanka are examples of countries that have provided an alternative to migration to cities. The policies of development of virgin lands in Russia, medium areas are sparsely in the rural areas are sparsely settled, while the urban areas are densely settled. The unsustainable and unsystematic growth quality of urban world migration and the consequent growth of slums and substandard colonies has become the cause of concern for the Indian government to develop policies for resettlement and rehabilitation to redirect urban population and control rural to urban migration. This can be possible if a policy package of an integrated program of planned urbanization, well-regulated migration and rural development is developed. The rural agricultural economy is the backbone of Indian economy. Its productivity level has to be improved through the use of agricultural mechanization and efficient farming technology as a measure to check rural to urban migration. But the mechanization might reduce the demand for the rural workforce and increase out migration of the surplus agricultural labor. Although the large-scale agricultural mechanization has not penetrated Indian agriculture, yet the flow of urban-ward migration is phenomenal and unmanageable because of the marketization of agricultural produces, inadequate agricultural productivity, mismanagement of agricultural resources, limited infrastructure and work opportunity, and the overall socio-economic poverty in the countryside in India. However, in spite of such rural problems, the unsustainable rural flow may be checked through policy measures of promoting certain forms of agricultural rationalization in which an increased rural labor force may be engaged, such as the development of multiple agricultural cropping patterns, the use of indigenous agricultural technology, the systems of rural cooperative and agricultural reforms, the construction of new type of houses with sufficient spaces for storing food grains and keeping agricultural equipments and animals, non-domestic agricultural based occupations and other non-agricultural activities like repairs and maintenance, pottery, fishery, poultry farming, horticulture, plantations, packaging and storage, local food processing and self-employment schemes, etc. In addition to such areas of agricultural rationalization to engage the rural workforce to control their urban-ward migration, there should also be the availability of social services including education, health and environment-related services, facilities of water, irrigation, gas and electricity, and services related to the mass media and computers. In these areas also rural youth may be employed to counteract the migratory tendency of rural population. Rural development is not only a measure to detain migrants in rural areas and relieve urban pressure but also a means to promote the return of rural migrants to their place of origin. The urban to rural return migration is possible either by the direct measures of compulsion or by indirect measures of providing developmental facilities in rural areas. The urban-ward movement of the population may be prohibited by laws. The jobless persons in urban areas be forced to go back to their villages and the right to migrate be taken away from the villages. The urban growth may be restricted by laws and migration be stopped by force. However, to enforce such direct measures is difficult because of political compulsions and the economic basis of the moral problems faced by the rural migrants. democratic country like India, it is not feasible to restrict the right of migrants and force them not to migrate, and if already migrated, return to the countryside. But the compulsion on return migration can be enforced easily in centrally planned economies where migration can be regulated in the state. The acute shortage of space, rising congestion of the urban population, increasing environmental problems, lack of job opportunities, and the chaotic growth of colonies, settlements, and slums in urban areas are sufficient grounds for the state to go for re- compulsory registration of rural rural out migrants and urban in migrants to compulsory to decide the volumes of migrants to be permitted to enter the city and to go back to rural areas. There are systematic policies on return of rural migrants in China, UK, France, and Poland. For example, in China, there are a variety of measures to deal with the return of the rural migrants. Those measures aim at the following: to transfer the city's surplus population to the countryside and to the hill areas, to engage them in agriculture, forestry, and similar other occupational activities, to have compulsory registration of in-migrants to cities with necessary details to regulate them according to the city's requirements, to instruct agricultural producers and cooperatives to adjust the return migrants, to educate the rural migrants after their return to adjust with activities related with agricultural production and other village-based occupations, to issue necessary directives of the state to local authorities to stop the rural outflow and ask them to send necessary instructions to those who have already migrated to cities to come back to their places of origin, to assign posts to educated youth and urbanities in rural areas with a view to settle them in the countryside. A positive policy for rural development with a clear objective to enforce the return of rural migrants is necessary to ease the pressure on cities and maintain a balance in rural and urban development. Further, for checking the flow of migrants, for easing the pressure on cities, and for deconcentrating the population in the cities, the migration policy should not only encourage rural development and return of rural migrants but also discourage the concentration and development of industries in crowded city areas. In India, in the third year plan, it was clearly specified that the new industrial units should be established far away from the congested urban areas to divert the migration flow and promote a regional balance in development and promote a regional balance In addition to the policy of deconcentration of industries in urban areas, another measure recently advocated to check and divert migration is the development of new urban settlements that are small, insulated and self-sufficient suburban centers with the necessary community facilities. Such urban decentralized settlements or new satellite towns are in fact related with the policy of industrial decentralization to curb the growth of large cities, relieve their demographic pressure and deconcentrate their population growth. Satellite towns may be an extension of the large cities, which are referred to as the low-density suburban satellite or alternative nodes or poles. They are planned to develop, flourish and gravitate around the extreme urban nodality or the major metropolis but within its periphery. The urban core and the suburban periphery reinforce each other. The suburb satellite towns in the periphery are the decentralized concentrated towns of accelerated urbanization. The accelerated urban growth is a necessary condition for accelerated economic development and vice versa. These processes multiply along with the process of modernization since the urban centers provide the basic economic and other necessities. Since the urban centers provide the basic economic and other necessities and benefits as the pull factors of attractiveness to migrants, these centers keep on growing till they become saturated and overwhelmingly large to reach extreme urban nodality. The growth of urban centers declines from that extreme nodal point to facilitate the growth of suburbs, which provide an outlet to reduce excessive overcrowding of population and industrial units. This is a natural process of change from the accelerated urbanization urban core to that of concentrated decentralization suburban periphery. The change from the core to the periphery has to be a planned change taking place in a systematic and civilized fashion. If this is not done in a planned way with a clearly defined policy, it will then take place in a natural manner by the joint process of urbanization, industrialization itself. But such a change brought about by the process itself would be unsystematic, unplanned, and haphazard, like Delhi's encroachment of Ghaziabad and Gurgaon as its sprawling suburbs. The suburb satellite towns. The suburb satellite towns in the periphery are the decentralized, concentrated towns of accelerated urbanization. The accelerated urban growth is a necessary condition. The satellite towns in the periphery are the decentralized, concentrated towns of accelerated urbanization. The accelerated urban growth is a necessary condition for accelerated economic development and vice versa. These processes multiply along with the process of modernization. Since the urban centers provide the basic economic and other since the urban centers provide the basic economic and other necessities. Since the urban centers provide the basic economic and other necessities and benefits as the pull factors of attractiveness to migrants, these centers keep on growing till they become saturated and overwhelmingly large to reach extreme urban nodality. The growth of urban centers declines from that extreme nodal point to facilitate the growth of suburbs, which provide an outlet to reduce excessive overcrowding of population and industrial units. This is a natural process of change from the accelerated urbanization, urban core to that of concentrated decentralization, suburban periphery. The change from the core to the periphery has to be planned, change taking place in a systematic and civilized fashion. If this is not done in a planned way with a clearly defined policy, it will then take place in a natural manner by the joint process of urbanization, industrialization itself. But such a change brought about by the process itself would be unsystematic, unplanned, and haphazard, like Delhi's encroachment of Ghaziabad and Gurgaon as its sprawling suburbs. They are proliferating as sub-centers outside Delhi but within the reach of Delhi as the alternative pole towns of the Delhi metropolis. However, it is not so easy to afford. However, it is not so easy to afford and subside. I'm not understanding your language, Munatu. Gunatu, I haven't understand. I'm not understanding his language. Yes, हाँ यश बोलो. The suburb satellite towns. The suburb satellite towns in the periphery are the decentralized, concentrated towns of accelerated urbanization. अभी पढ़ रही हूँ यश. एक घंटे बाद कर सकती हूँ. अभी पढ़ रही हूँ. एक मिनट. अबाउट सेक्शन में जाना, वहाँ पर मेल आई डी मेंशन है, आप मेल कर देना मुझे, ठीक है यश। यश मैंने आपको बता दिया, आप मेरे को अबाउट सेक्शन में मेरा मेल आईडी मेंशन है, वहाँ पे जाकर मेल कर देना, ठीक है। मेरे चैनल के अबाउट में मेंशन है मेरा मेल आईडी, ठीक है यश। कमेंट एड्रेस कर The growth of urban centers declines from that extreme middle point to facilitate the growth of suburbs, which provide an outlet to reduce excessive overcrowding of population and industrial units. This is a natural process of change from the accelerated urbanization, urban core, to that of concentrated decentralization, suburban periphery. The change from the core to the periphery has to be a planned change taking place in a systematic and civilized fashion. If this is not done in a planned way with a clearly defined policy, it will then take place in a natural manner by the joint process of urbanization, industrialization itself. But such a change brought about by the process itself will be unsystematic, unplanned, and haphazard, like Delhi's encroachment of Ghaziabad and Gurgaon as its sprawling suburbs. They are proliferating as suburbs, they are proliferating as sub-centers outside Delhi, but within the reach of Delhi as the alternative core towns of the Delhi metropolis. However, it is not so easy to afford and succeed the development of planned suburbs as potential growth core towns. However, it is not so easy to afford. However, it is not so easy to afford and subside the development of planned suburbs as potential growth core towns or as alternative nodes or counter magnets because it needs necessary resources, infrastructure, systematic policy and planning, and the willingness to work and implement with honesty and dedication. The development of a well-planned alternative nodes. The development of a well-planned alternative nodes based on the growth core theory to reduce urban pressures is an utopian idea in India at present, but this theory has been applied successfully in other countries like Russia, France, and Japan. In Russia, the application of this theory has given rise to a well-planned growth of small satellite towns linked with socio-cultural and economic ties with large cities. Similarly, the theory was introduced in France to develop planned regional growth goals designed to reduce urban pressures. In Japan, the application of the growth goal theory promoted the growth of medium-sized cities and establishment of industrial centers at strategic places outside the metropolitan belt, which has attracted a large proportion of migrants who might otherwise have tended towards Tokyo in Japan. However, it is not so easy. However, it is not so easy to afford and subside. However, it is not so easy to afford and subside the development of planned suburbs as potential growth people towns or as alternative nodes or counter magnets because it needs necessary resources, infrastructure, systematic policy and planning, and the willingness to work and implement with honesty and dedication. The development of a well-planned alternative nodes based on the growth core theory to reduce urban pressures is an utopian idea in India at present, but this theory has been applied successfully in other countries like Russia, France, and Japan. In Russia, the application of this theory has given rise to a well-planned growth of small satellite towns linked with socio-cultural and economic ties with large cities. Similarly, the theory was introduced in France to develop planned regional growth goals designed to reduce urban pressures. In Japan, the application of the growth goal theory promoted the growth of medium-sized cities and the establishment of industrial centers at strategic places outside the metropolitan belt, which has attracted a large proportion of migrants who might otherwise have tended towards Tokyo in Japan. E.G. Ravenstein, in his Laws of Migration, states that the migrant tends to gravitate towards rapidly growing cities due to the factors of attractiveness. This tendency generates tremendous demographic pressure. On the cities. The trend of migration and urban growth in India has forced the Indian government to think of applying the urban growth goal theory to develop an alternative network of satellite towns for the migrants to gravitate around them to release the pressure on urban agglomerations, but this needs sufficient resources and consistent but this needs sufficient resources and consistent town planning with a centripetal focus of an alternative network to make them self-sufficient to generate, organize and coordinate diverse opportunities and activities from within the radius of the network to attract the migrants. The alternative suburbs must have enough economic potential to sustain the challenging frontiers of socio-economic and environmental problems and the problem of spatial congestion. They should not be permitted to they should they should also not be permitted to become spatially congested with sprawling populations if they also grow like the urban agglomerations. The only alternative to the alternative network of suburbs or satellite towns or alternative poles would be the vertical outlet rather than horizontal urban growth. The vertical urban growth has already started coming up in urban and in satellite suburban areas. The urban sprawl and the shortage of residential land have pushed horizontal into vertical urban growth to minimize land use and maximize space utilization, to divert horizontal physical density into the vertical physical density, and to reduce social isolation, to increase moral density of population. The concentration of migrants into horizontal spaces of not only of the large primate cities but also of the satellite towns has necessitated high rise three-dimensional growth of vertical expandable structures effectively designed with new architectural techniques. They are well designed and planned for human convenience and for relieving pressures of horizontal urban sprawl of population settlements. But all this, whether horizontal or vertical urban growth, is at the cost of human development. They are well designed and planned for human convenience and for relieving pressures of horizontal urban sprawl of population. But all this, whether horizontal or vertical growth, is at the cost of human development. The heavy concentration of migrants and native population on the horizontal and vertical spaces is adversely affecting the physical, mental, psychological, and social health of the human population. An effective package of an integrated policy of migration, urbanization, and industrialization must be advanced to protect human retardation as a consequence of development in general and the sprawl of urban growth in particular, so that humanity no longer remains the prisoner of its own creation of material advancement. The heavy concentration the heavy concentration of migrants and native population on the horizontal and vertical spaces is adversely affecting the physical, mental, psychological, and social health of the human population. An effective package of an integrated policy on migration, urbanization, and industrialization must be advanced to protect human retardation as a consequence of development in general and the sprawl of urban growth in particular, so that humanity no longer remains the prisoner of its own creation of material advancement. Ecological conflicts and the environmental movement in India. Nature-based conflicts have increased in frequency and intensity in India. They revolve around competing claims over forests, land, water, and fisheries, and have generated a new movement struggling for the rights of victims of ecological degradation. The environmental movement has added a new dimension to Indian democracy and civil society. It also poses an ideological challenge to the dominant notions of meaning, content, and patterns of development. The sites of struggle. As the center of power and patronage, the Indian city of New Delhi is the venue of year-round demonstrations by organizations representing different classes, castes, and ethnic groups. Farmers demanding the provision of subsidized power and fertilizer, in the industrial workers campaigning for higher pay, and ethnic minorities fighting for a separate state, all recognize the symbolic significance of a show of strength in the national capital. Assured of widespread coverage by the print media, these demonstrations are often held at the boat club lawns or stone's throw from the House of Parliament and the Government Secretariat. supportive speeches by the protest leaders. Most of the demonstrators had come from Madhya Pradesh, the state containing a majority of the villages to be submerged by the dam. They dispersed only after the Prime Minister met a delegation of the protesters and assured them that the Sardar Sarovar project would be reviewed. Immediately, politicians in Gujarat, the state that stands to benefit most from the project, set about organizing a counter demonstration. After a public meeting at the boat club, the Gujarat protesters themselves went to meet VP Singh. The Prime Minister granted them an audience immediately. He had kept the Madhya Pradesh peasants waiting for days and told them what they wanted most to hear, that he and his government were fully committed to the implementation of the Sardar Sarovar project. A few months later, the two opposing groups were involved in a face-to-face encounter hundreds of miles from New Delhi on the Madhya Pradesh-Gujarat border. On 25th December 1990, the Narmada Bachao Andolan Save Narmada movement, an organization working among the potential outlets of the dam, began a 250-kilometer march from Rajghat in Madhya Pradesh to Kevadia colony. Madhya Pradesh to Kevadia colony. So, on a 250-kilometer march from Madhya Pradesh to Kevadia site in Gujarat of the Sardar Sarovar Dam. The marchers, several thousands in all, were stopped by the Gujarat police and prevented from entering the state. On the Gujarat side, a large group, including students and plainclothes policemen, had assembled to heckle the marchers. A stalemate lasting several days ensued with the pro-dam agitation, shouting slogans in favor of the dam and against the Narmada Bachao Andolan, and one of its leaders, the respected Gandhi and Baba Amte. For their part, the protesters insisted on the right to march peacefully to the dam site at Kevadia. On the second day of the new year, a group of 25 protesters with their hands tied to emphasize the non-violent nature of their struggle entered Gujarat, only to be stopped by the police 150 meters inside the state. Two more groups, again with their hands tied, joined them the next day. On 5th January, Baba Amte and another group of 25 also entered Gujarat. After being allowed to cross the border but not proceed further, they began an indefinite dharna sit-down strike on the Gorda River Bridge, barely 30 meters inside Gujarat. The next day, a group of anti-dam activities, including Medha Patkar, perhaps the movement's most important leader, went on a hunger strike on the Madhya Pradesh side of the border, with the Gujarat government unrelenting. The stalemate continued for several weeks until on 28 January, with their lives in danger, Katkar and their associates were persuaded to give up their fast. The Narmada controversy is just one especially charged example of a wide spectrum of social conflicts over natural resources in contemporary India. Competing claims over water and forests in particular are now a visible presence on the social landscape. They arise typically when one group of resource users, for example industrial or commercial farmers, is seen as violating, often with the aid of the state, a prior claim of another set of resource users, for example subsistence peasants or tribals, with the resource in question becoming increasingly the Narmada is just one specially charged example of a wide spectrum of social conflicts over natural resources in contemporary India. Competing claims over water and forests in particular are now a visible presence on the social landscape. They arise typically when one group of resource users, for example industrial or commercial farmers, is seen as violating, often with the aid of the state, a prior claim of another set of resource users, for example subsistence peasants or tribals, with the resource in question becoming increasingly scarce owing to environmental degradation. These conflicts seem certain to intensify. Social conflicts over nature and natural resources add a third category to the two generic forms of conflict widely studied by social scientists: those over cultivated land and its produce, and those within the factory, struggles between landlords and agricultural laborers, sharecroppers over wages and the disposal of produce, or between peasants and the state over taxes and prices, have been closely studied for decades, as have conflicts in the industrial sector, whether within capitalists and workers or between industrial enterprises and the state. By contrast, nature-based conflicts are as yet hardly documented and very poorly understood, both within the social science community and outside, like conflicts over land, and in the workplace, conflicts over natural resources. typically typically pit against each other, two unequal antagonists. To return to the example of the demonstrations in New Delhi in May 1990, the transport and food needs of the opponents of the Sardar Sarovar Dam were met by the modest voluntary contributions from numerous individuals and organizations. By contrast, the defenders of the dam came all the way from Gujarat, a distance of more than 800 km in buses owned by the Gujarat government. Their transport and living expenses fully subsidized by the state and its ruling political party. When the same protagonists squared off at the Farkua border over the New Year, the Madhya Pradesh tribals were staying in tents at the height of winter, cooking by open fire, while the Gujarati supporters of the dam were ensourced in schools and other public buildings, again well looked after by the state government. This was staying in tents at the height of winter, cooking by open fire. In contemporary India, conflicts over nature, just as much of the more conventional agrarian and industrial conflicts, raise important questions about distributive justice and economic efficiency. The distinguishing feature of this third generic form of socio-economic conflict is that it simultaneously raises issues of environmental sustainability insofar as the natural sources insofar as the natural resources in question are also vital to the agrarian and industrial sectors. The fate of these conflicts is intimately connected to the development process as a whole. The first part of this paper provides a broad-based survey and analysis of natural resource conflicts in contemporary India. We shall demonstrate that nature-based conflicts lie at the heart of the Indian environment debate. The second part investigates the vocabularies of protest characteristics of the Indian environmental movement and its ideological expressions. The paper ends with a brief comparison between first world and third world environmentalism. Forests for whom and for what? In the last decade of the century, water-based conflicts, of which the Narmada controversy is at the moment the most contentious, are likely to dominate the environment debate in India. For much of the past 20 years, however, conflicts over forest resources were more visible. In contemporary India, conflicts over nature, just as much as the more conventional agrarian and industrial conflicts, raise important questions about distributive justice and economic efficiency. The distinguishing feature of this third generic form of socio-economic conflict is that it simultaneously raises issue of environmental The first provides a broad-based survey and analysis of natural resources conflicts in contemporary India. We shall demonstrate that nature-based conflicts lie at the heart of the Indian environment debate. The second part investigates the vocabularies or protest characteristics of the Indian environmental movement and its ideological expressions. The paper ends with a brief comparison between first world and third world environmentalism. Forests for whom and for what? In the last decade of the century, water-based conflicts, of which the Narmada controversy is at the moment the most contentious, are likely to dominate the environment debate in India. For much of the past 20 years, however, conflicts over forest resources were more visible and perhaps more widespread. Indeed, the origins of the Indian environmental movement can be fairly ascribed to that most celebrated of forest conflicts involving the Chipko movement in the central Himalaya. In April 1973, the peasants of Mandal, an interior village in the Garhwal Himalaya, effectively thwarted commercial felling in a nearby forest by threatening to hug the trees. This brought to the fore a simmering but widespread resentment among the Bhil peasantry directed at state forest policies, which had consistently favored outside commercial interests at the expense of their own subsistence needs for fuel, fodder, and small timber. Thus, the Chipko Hug and Trees movement was born. In the following decade, a wave of protests against commercial logging swept the Himalayan foothills, coordinated by Kangren as well as left-wing activists. Notably, the region had a long history of peasant protest, which Chipko board drew upon and further. As a powerful statement against the violation of customary rights by the state forestry, Chipko brought into sharp focus a wide range of issues concerning forest policy and the environment debate as a whole. Because of its novel techniques, and Gandhian associations, the Chipko movement rapidly acquired fame. Yet it was representative of a far wider spectrum. Yet it was representative of a far wider spectrum of forest-based conflicts. In the tribal areas of central India, economic dependence on the forest is possibly even more acute than in the Himalayan foothills where Chipko originated. Here, the 1970s witnessed escalating conflict between villagers and the forest administration in tribal districts of the states of Bihar, Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. In tribal India, moreover, forest conflicts often have a sharper political edge. Thus, in Bihar, they have been an integral element in the popular movement for a tribal homeland, while in the four other states mentioned, the question of tribal forest rights have been actively taken up by revolutionary Maoist groups. Academic research inspired by the forest conflicts in the 1970s also revealed the lone academic research inspired by the forest conflicts of the 1970s also revealed their long lineage. Indeed, local opposition to commercial forestry dates from the earliest days of state intervention. Before the inception of the Indian Forest Department in 1864, there was by and large little state intervention in the management of forest areas which were left in the control of local communities. The takeover of large areas of forest by the colonial state thus constituted an important watershed in many ways, a political watershed in that it represented an enormous expansion of the powers of the state and a corresponding diminution of the rights of village communities, a social watershed in that so then the emergence of timber as an important commodity was to fundamentally alter forest ecology. The imperatives of colonial forestry were largely commercial. From the point of view of this analysis, its most important consequence was the intensification of social conflict between the state and its subjects. Almost everywhere and for long periods of time, the takeover of the forest was bitterly resisted by local populations for whom it represented an unacceptable infringement of their traditional rights of access and use. Hunter-gatherers, shifting cultivators, peasants, pastoral nomads, artisans, for all these social groups, free access to forest produce was vital for economic survival, and they protested in various ways and the imposition of state control. Apart from forest laws, new restrictions on shikar for local populations, while allowing deer hunting for sport by the British and the Indian elite, were another contributory factor in fueling social conflict. Throughout the Throughout the colonial period, popular resistance to state forestry was remarkably widespread and sustained. In 1930, a government committee in the Madras Presidency was struck by the hostility towards the Forest Department, which was the most reviled government agency along with the Salt Department, likewise concerned with the commodity obstinately low in value but of inestimable worth to every village household. 2,000 miles to the north in the Garhwal Himalaya, a British official wrote at almost the same time that forest administration consists for the most part in a ruining fight with the villagers, quoted in Guha. Popular resistance to state forestry embraced forms of protest that minimized the element of confrontation with authorities, such as forward breaches of the forest law, as well as organized rebellions that challenged the right to state to own and manage forest areas. Kargil and Goa. Ironically, in the Ironically, in the post-independence period, the process only accelerated. Economic development implied more intensive resource use that in the prevailing technological and institutional framework led inevitably to widespread environmental degradation. In the forestry sector, the industrial orientation became more marked, exemplified by the massive monocultural exemplifying. Ironically, in the post-independence period, the process only accelerated. Economic development implied more intensive resource use that in the prevailing technological and institutional framework led inevitably to widespread environmental degradation. In the forestry sector, the industrial orientation became more marked, exemplified by the massive monocultural plantations begun in the early 1960s, while other development projects like dams and mines exerted a largely negative influence on the forces. Persisted, and the Forest Department continues to be a largely unwelcome presence in the Indian countryside. However, forest conflicts in independent India have differed in one important respect from conflicts in the colonial period. The earlier conflicts emerged out of the competing claims of state and people over a relatively abundant resource. Now, these conflicts are played out against the backdrop of rapidly dwindling forest resource, based in other words, and the newer ecological dimension had been added to the moral, political, economic dimensions of social conflicts over forests and wildlife. Cumulatively, these processes have worked to further marginalize poor peasants and tribals, the social groups most heavily dependent on forest resources for their subsistence and survival. A long-time student of Indian tribals violently captured their frustration with state forestry.